So I don't expect the kind of magnanimity that everybody from Reagan to Obama used to show in rooms like that. And I think people should be at their honest reaction and ultimately focus on the facts and the substance of what he says. He's one of the presidents that in his speeches has been shown to be more of a liar than any president we've had in my lifetime, as fact-checked by independent folks. So sit there, respect the office, but react honestly to what he's saying.
Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm going to go over to Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, you've got some breaking news.
Yeah, Dana, of course, we know a lot of those Democrats are going to be bringing fired federal workers into the chamber with them tonight as their guest. That's to highlight the work that Elon Musk has been doing over these last 6 weeks. And we do know Elon Musk will be in attendance at the speech tonight. I'm told that he is going to be sitting in the First Lady's box where the White House guests go. Designated, of course, the cabinet members and others will be sitting on the floor listening to the president's speech. Elon Musk will have his own perch here, which just really shows his stature that he has inside President Trump's orbit and the work that he's been doing to reduce the size of the federal government and eliminate federal workers, which has certainly caused a lot of controversy and that Democrats have tried to highlight over the last 6 weeks. I'm here on the White House North Lawn with CNN's Jeff Zeleny. And Jeff, obviously, who the White House brings, Elon Musk is an employee, he's not a guest. He is someone who is certainly deeply influential in Trump's orbit, but obviously this guest list really does speak to the priorities and what they are trying to highlight tonight during this speech.
It absolutely does, and it shows that Elon Musk is far more than a senior advisor. He is a central figure of the president's efforts here, and he's sitting in the First Lady's box because the president wants to point him out. And that's where he can look over the House chamber. So that will be quite a moment. Usually advisors are behind the scenes, but we know from the first 43 days Elon Musk is not behind the scenes. He's very much in the public, and the president likes that. But some of the other people in the box are actually so interesting. And we've talked a lot about the reset in relations with Russia and the U.S. One of the people who symbolizes that is Mark Fogel. Of course, he was released. He was a Russian prisoner, a Pennsylvania school teacher. He was released here at the White House, and his mother, Malphine, 95 years old, she will be on hand tonight, and she is someone who advocated directly to Donald Trump. In fact, last summer, at the same rally in Pennsylvania where there was the assassination attempt on his life, that's where she met with the president and said, please, if you're elected, sir, please do something about my son. And then, of course, Mark Fogel was released. So that's certainly going to be a dramatic moment, as well as the mother and sister of Laken Riley. Of course, she's the Georgia student who was murdered by an illegal immigrant, as well as several other people who have stories of crime and loss and whatnot. So we know the president likes a moment, but I think that Mark Fogel moment certainly will be one.
Yeah, and that was obviously such a moment here at the White House when he came in, the American flag draped around his shoulders. Still big questions about what the minerals deal and the progress with Ukraine is going to look like after that blow up here inside the White House last week, Aaron. And obviously that'll be a moment that the White House is trying to highlight, but also people will be listening closely to see what Trump does say, if anything, about Ukraine tonight, as we have not seen the progress on that minerals deal following the acknowledgement from Zelensky today about just how poorly things went inside the Oval on Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of this, no doubt why this could end up being a rather long speech. We'll see. Uncertain. They haven't given us those exact indications of how long it'll be. We're moments away, though, from President Trump heading to the U.S. Capitol to deliver that address to Congress. So next, how do Americans really feel about the president's first 6 weeks back in office ahead of his speech? The numbers.
get across how you're feeling, or do you think that this speech is such that, as you said, it's about the presidency and not the president?
No, I mean, this is his speech, and for him to present to the American public, I feel like, again, like, Ricky Ricardo, Lucy, you have a lot of explaining to do, because he said he was going to lower prices for Americans. Prices are up, stock market down, pension funds, 401ks down. From egg prices to housing prices up. We're less safe than we were, with infectious diseases now more threatening to the United States, from a measles epidemic to treatment-resistant tuberculosis overseas, and we don't have the scientists on the front line fighting them. There are so many things he said that he would do. Some of them he bragged about doing in this first day. Well, here you've had more than a month, and we see things moving in the opposite direction. And we see the American public, their confidence in his handling the economy is sinking really quickly. And now with these tariffs, and the average American is going to be paying more than $1,000 a month just for basic needs, not to mention car prices going up and so much more, this is a president who needs to explain himself. And then the larger foreign policy issues, the fiasco we saw in the White House Oval Office, unbelievably us siding with North Korea and China against Western democracies when it comes to Ukraine. These are the kind of things that are really unimaginable that he's doing. So I'm going to see how he's going to explain himself tonight to American people that he promised one thing and has delivered really little.
How do you think Democrats are doing in finding your footing in order to push back against a lot of the things that you're talking about? I know you have been out there trying to do it, but there doesn't seem to be a unified approach in how to counter President Trump.
Look, I saw this before. Donald Trump won his first term. He had the House and he had the Senate, and he came after people's health care. And after a while, there was a massive blowback, not just by legislators, but people joining together across the political spectrum that ultimately stopped him by convincing some moderate Republicans to do the right thing. This is very similar to that in the sense that they control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House. They have the levers of power, but they're not delivering. And now they're again going to
sell his agenda, not just to the American people, but to Republicans who are divided about the best way to carry that agenda out. So far, the president has relied mostly on executive action. In fact, we talk about how presidents use that all the time. Well, he has done more executive action than President Biden or Obama, or even than he did himself his first term. Overall number, 119 executive actions total so far. That's according to our analysis of White House data. 36 of those, just look at this, all these tabs here. 36 focused on the federal government, 22 on the economy, 10 on immigration, 8 on national security, 8 on climate and energy, 7 on foreign policy, 5 on education, 5 on health, and 18 in the other category. These executive orders are already being challenged in courts across the country. By our count, nearly 100 lawsuits have been filed so far. So you've got 119 orders, 100 lawsuits already filed. So how is all of this playing out? How do Americans feel already, just 40 some odd days into Trump's second term? John King is at the magic wall. So, John, how are you able to gauge how all of this is falling on the American public?
Well, Aaron, a number of ways to look at it, so let's get straight to it. One of it is, where's the president's approval rating, and how does that rate to other presidents when they did this? Not a State of the Union, but in your first term you get an address to the Congress. Well, President Trump right now has a 48% approval rating. If you look going back almost 44 years to Ronald Reagan in 1981, that is the lowest number except for Donald Trump in 2017. So Donald Trump in his first term after the contested 2016 election and all of that had a low standing. He's higher now. That's about what he got on Election Day, right? 49% of the national vote. He's at 48% now. I think it's safe to say presidents don't get a honeymoon like they used to anymore. We live in a very polarized country. So he hasn't slipped, but he hasn't grown in the 43 days since he's been in office. Now, we know Donald Trump is a very divisive figure. Well, these numbers show it out. 90% of Republicans approve of the job he's doing so far. 90% of Democrats, 9 in 10, disapprove of the job he's doing so far. If you're a House Republican trying to protect your tiny majority, you're worried about this number a little bit. Donald Trump has lost a little ground among independents since Election Day. That's something to watch as we go forward. Again, 43 days in, let's not rush to judgments. But the early numbers are not great for Donald Trump. They might not be miserable, but they're not great. These numbers are a little troubling for the president. He's trying to sell his agenda to Congress and to the American people. Is Donald Trump taking the country in the wrong direction, the right direction, or no opinion? Well, 45%, that's not a majority, but 45% say the wrong direction. Only 39%, 4 in 10, say the right direction, and 15% aren't so sure. 43 days in. So remember this 39% number. 39% say Trump is right, heading in the right direction. Then we ask, has he paid enough attention to the top priorities, the most important problems in the country? 52% say he has not, about the same as his base. This is his base. 40% say he has. So 39% say, you know, we're going in the right direction. 40% say he has the right policies. That's the Trump base. You need more than your base to sell things. 8% say they have no opinion. This is where, Aaron, the warning signs for the president are clear and evident. He said on day one he would lower costs. Now, that's not fair. The president exaggerates a lot. That's how he conducts himself. Not fair to judge a president like this. Aaron, let me throw it back to you as you see the president now leaving the White House.
Leaving the White House there with the First Lady, getting into, obviously, the armored vehicle, known as the Beast, and it's a very short ride up to Capitol Hill where he's going to be giving that speech to the joint session. Caitlin, I don't know if you and Jeff Zeleny can see them from where you all are sitting as they get ready to leave.
Yeah, and he is surrounded by senior aides who are out there as he was getting inside the motorcade. You saw the First Lady Melania Trump also getting into the car with President Trump. The lights are on, so you can actually see him as he's preparing to go up there. Now, the president has been personally involved, Aaron, we know, in the crafting of this speech tonight. They were running through it this afternoon. He often makes his final touches, as you can see both of them there preparing to leave, in terms of what this looks like, and you know, with his famous Sharpie that he uses to mark up his copies. And I should note, Aaron, you know, he is going to address a Capitol Hill and a Congress that he views so differently than he did in his first term in office. I was looking back at some of the moments in his previous addresses to Congress, and at one point in 2018, he asked them to give the executive branch the power, more power to fire federal workers, which is such a notable moment given, of course, Elon Musk is going to be one of his guests tonight, and they have used the executive power and blown past Congress and essentially embraced the lawsuits that they knew were coming when it came to this moment. And so you're just seeing he is going to address the chamber, where some of the Democrats, I should note, have invited those fired federal workers to join them inside as they wait to listen to what President Trump is going to say as he prepares to address them tonight.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. And of course, Speaker Johnson is going to be calling the House to order in just a few moments, and all of this carefully choreographed process is going to begin. You've been there, Alyssa, with him as he's given these in his prior administration. So, and it's hard to say, it's hard to draw the same analogy, but what exactly is happening there in that car as they're driving up, as you see it?
For one, this is always the shortest motorcade in D.C. The first car is arriving at the Capitol, the final one's basically leaving the White House. But listen, Donald Trump loves the State of the Union. He sees it as an opportunity that he has a captive audience to really market and sell his message. And his team does a very good job with it. Stephen Miller tends to lead the crafting. They bring guests that will feed into kind of the narratives that they're pushing and the policy priorities. So he's got angel moms tonight, someone whose daughter was killed by an undocumented migrant in the country. I think that, listen, he's got some opportunities to highlight some bipartisan wins, safeguarding IVF, effectively ending the border crisis, new investments in artificial intelligence. But then there's some really hot button issues that the country is on edge about. So I'm going to be curious to see what does he say about cost of living? What does he say about tariffs when we saw the market just tanking today? And of course, all eyes on Ukraine.
Right, David, I mean, it's a chaotic moment. It's a fragile moment. It's a moment that there's a lot of fear.
There's no doubt about that. But I also want to say this. All presidents sort of feed off of perceptions of the person who came before, and they want to position against what people found lacking in the person that came before. So the sheer energy of what Trump has done, the perpetual motion of Trump, the action has benefited him. People say, well, at least he's doing something. Eventually, they're going to focus on the impact of what he's doing. That may be less pleasing to him. But absolutely, one of the things that has stunned me, just as a strategist of these first 43 days, is how little he's talked about the issue that people most cared about, which is cost of living. And this morning, the night of the day of the speech, they wake up to the news that, guess what, your household bills are going to go up because of these tariffs. I think he's got some work to do tonight.
And he's got lots of calls from Republicans complaining about those tariffs. His social, Truth Social post had been something along the lines of, well, things might be rough for a little while here, have fun.
Yeah, he's acknowledged there could be some short-term pain. I mean, they believe there's long-term gain strategy on two fronts. One, by getting Canada and Mexico to do more on stemming the tide of illegal immigration and fentanyl coming across the border, and two, he just believes in it. He believes that it will stimulate American manufacturing. And by the way, there's some evidence of it. I think already they've announced nearly $2 trillion in new investments in the United States. Honda's moving a plant to Indiana. This Taiwanese chip maker is opening up operations in Arizona.
Yep.
They have some evidence that the tariff strategy is working on the job creation front. To David's point, on the cost of living front, that is still a sore point for most Americans. However, I do think most people realize this debacle was 4 years in the making, and they're willing to give Donald Trump more than 5 minutes to sort out what is a huge knot that was left behind.
I actually don't disagree with you in terms of the time, but I want to point out a couple of things. Tonight, Donald Trump does what he typically does. He's going to speak to his base. And so when you look at 45% of the American public who think he's doing it in the wrong way, that number is not going to get any better if he doesn't talk to that 45%. But the big question is, okay, if you say today, I'm going to do some things that make your life better in July, indicators today from the stock market, that doesn't make people feel that way. We all sat on these panels and said it's about how people feel. The numbers aren't always the best indicator.
Yeah.
What happens in July? I was on the phone today with some farmers. They're telling me that the programs that this administration, via DOGE, via just cutting funding, are attacking, are going to have collateral consequences to our crops in the fall. Not because of immigrant work, but because, well, some of it because of immigrant work, because they don't have people working the fields, but also because they just are not being resourced enough to actually be able to meet some of the food supply demands. And that is going to make prices go up again and hurt the American public. So he really needs to, he won't, but he needs to think about the people who are not with him right now. And can he buy himself some more time to fix what he says he's going to fix? But I don't think his politics align.
Yeah, I just want to say two things. One is the fentanyl argument, as it relates to Canada, is absurd. That's not where fentanyl.
Do you know how much fentanyl it takes to kill you? Very little.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not absurd.
But
And
that's not the.
I wouldn't say it was absurd to some family that lost
Nobody would
somebody.
say that is where the big problem is coming from.
As you're
And
talking, just saying the Vice President Vance is walking.
They, I think they recognize it because now they're saying, well, we just want to be treated equally, and we're going, it's reciprocal. That doesn't make much sense either. I mean, he negotiated the treaty that we're.
Yeah, he negotiated the treaty that is now so bad.
Right.
USMCA was one of, I would argue, the greatest successes of his first administration. But Scott makes an important point. In the first Trump term, Trump believes in tariffs in his bones, but he was often talked out of them by more free market, Larry Kudlow types in the first administration. Now he's not running for re-election. Now he's not really worried about the midterms. I think he might actually give these time to see if they take effect and if they do what he thinks he's
He may
going
not
to
be
do.
worried.
Pause for a second here.
A lot of Republicans are going to be worried.
Pause for 1 second. Let's go back to Caitlin Collins at the White House. Caitlin, I know you've just learned who the designated survivor is for tonight.
Yes, and Aaron, for those who don't know, of course, the entire line of the presidential succession is inside that chamber tonight. So always on these nights, there is one person who is selected to hang back in case of a catastrophic event. And I have just been told by a White House official that tonight that person is the Veterans Affairs Secretary, Doug Collins. Of course, someone who has been in that chamber himself as a former member of Congress from Georgia and has attended many of these. Tonight, he will not be doing so because he is the designated survivor. And I should note that in Trump's first term, actually, in office, there was the Veterans Affairs Secretary then, David Shulkin, was also the designated survivor at that point. That means that person is taken to a different place in case there is a worst case scenario, a catastrophic event, and that person then serves as the designated survivor.
All right, well, and of course, that's, as this all starts to come into place, and as Caitlin points out, such an important part of the procedure. Scott, as we're watching, J.D. Vance just has come in. You're going to see the Joint Chiefs. All of these things right now, though, you can't take them out of the context we're in. J.D. Vance, who just had the biggest moment of his vice presidency so far in the Oval Office, was Zelensky after his Munich speech. The Joint Chiefs, it's going to be all white men because they've just fired 2 of the Joint Chiefs. I mean, you can't take that layer out of the conversation, can you?
Well, I don't know what that means because Donald Trump's entering the chamber tonight with a net positive job approval, 50 or maybe slightly better than 50%, and he's speaking to a room full of Democrats who have an approval rating of 21%. All of the political clout in that room resides on the podium with Johnson, with Vance, and with Donald Trump.
I think, though,
And Vance the vice president was just announced as he's walking in there. You can see him there with the majority leader, John Thune, also Senator Barrasso, as now everyone's, formally starting to come in. So we do expect those Joint Chiefs to be coming in any second here, Ashley.
I'm curious to see what Democrats do on that row when Donald Trump walks in. Most of the time, people flood to the end of the aisle to try and shake the president's hand. Democrats are not excited about Donald Trump. They're very frustrated about Donald Trump. So are you going to try and shake the president's hand, or do you just sit in your seat if you actually are attending and let the business play? I'll also say there is a piece of the American population that is not even watching the speech tonight.
Oh, yeah, big piece.
Because they are so frustrated with American politics. I agree. I actually don't think the political power is in that chamber at all, including with Donald Trump. There are Americans who want to know, are these elected officials going to do something to improve the quality of their lives? And if they don't, all of those guys in there and women in there are going to not be in that seat.
I'll tell you one thing.
But on camera when you said that, I should say when you said I agree with you, it was to Scott. I just want to make it clear to the world. Go
I
ahead.
think Democrats would be very foolish to go all Marjorie Taylor Greene here and WWE stuff and so on. I think they should respond, but I don't think they should, heckle and do the kinds of things that some have talked about. I don't know why people skip the speech. I mean, he's president of the United States. He was elected. They should be there.
And listen, millions of people will watch this, but what will really live on is the viral moments. And I would argue that Donald Trump is better on his feet than most politicians. If you are going to, as a Democrat, heckle him, expect that he's going to clap back, and it might not actually go in.
Right. All right, and you see Nancy Mace there speaking to the Vice President Vance, Jake. And for Vance, he is new to this, right? This is only his third time in the chamber for an address, and now he will be there sitting as the Vice President.
That's right.
Notably,
It has been a meteoric rise for author and Marine veteran J.D. Vance, who was just elected to the U.S. Senate, and just a couple years after that picked to be candidate Trump's running mate. And here he is, second in line to the presidency. He'll be sitting behind President Trump during the address, and he's walking down the aisle, and you see a number of conservative members of the House on the right there. There's Chip Roy, Byron Donalds, who's going to run for governor of Florida, Tom Cotton in the top left of your screen. It is, I have to say, you can really sense, John King, you can really sense Republicans with a pep in their step and Democrats rather demoralized. I mean, understandably so, given the fact that Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, not to mention a conservative lean on the U.S. Supreme Court. But beyond that, even when Republicans are out of power, you sense like an energy quite often when Democrats are controlling things. The Democrats, not to be cliche about it, but they are in disarray. They do not know how to be the opposition force.
They're having a hard time trying to figure out how to deal with Trump, and they're also having a hard time trying to figure out who they should put forward to deal with Trump. That is not uncommon for parties out of power. What is the flip here is that when the Republicans were out of power and Joe Biden was president, Donald Trump never disappeared. Donald Trump was the voice of the Republicans in the 4 years Joe Biden was president. There was a little bit of dissent from the people who challenged him in the primaries, but they never were able to break through. So Donald Trump had 4 years while Biden was president to run up. Now Trump is president again, and who is the leading Democrat? Is it Vice President Harris? Is it Leader Schumer in the Senate? Is it Leader Jeffries in the House? You have seen some issues, like Elizabeth Warren, on sort of working class issues, ethics issues, has tried to come forward. Seth Moulton, former member of the military, on national security. The Democrats are trying to find their way and trying to find their voice right now, and which is why they're even debating whether they should show up or whether they should protest or whether they should shout at him. To your point about Republicans, though, this has been said before, it's not new, but the takeover is complete. I mean, John Barrasso was just there with those House Republicans you were talking about. He was a free market, free trade Republican not all that long ago. Now you don't hear him, he's concerned about Donald Trump's tariffs, but you don't hear him talking publicly about it. He was an anti-Putin, anti-communist, Ronald Reagan-like conservative not all that long ago. Now Donald Trump has pulled the party mostly his way, and those who don't like and are worried actually about the policy in Ukraine tend to keep quiet about it because they don't want Trump to bowl them over.
Yeah, there's Elon Musk, the first buddy, or whatever exactly his title is, the guy who is helping to run the reduction in the size of the workforce, Casey Hunt. He there enjoying his power, quite frankly, his power, which mostly comes from the proximity he has to President Trump.
Coordinate their outfits in a lot of ways, just to try to create their own silent protest of sorts. Democrats, I'm told, women members wearing pink to showcase power. They say, I was told from one Democratic source, showcase protest of Donald Trump. Also, you're seeing blue and yellow being worn by a number of Democratic members. Why? Of course, those are the same colors of the Ukrainian flag. They're trying to show some support for Ukraine at this critical moment. Also, watch out for some members of the Congressional Black Caucus who are told by their members to wear all black as well. So some members of the Congressional Black Caucus will be wearing all black. There's some of the ways Democrats trying to silent protest. We'll see if then they actually try to have a protest in any sort of vocal manner. That's something, of course, the Democratic leaders hope that they don't do, but perhaps they might if Elon Musk is introduced here, because there's so many members here on the Democratic side particularly concerned about Elon Musk's role. We'll see how they respond when and if Donald Trump singles him out during his speech, Jake.
There's the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, one of the two leaders of the Democratic Party right now, along with his fellow New Yorker, the Senate Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, Abby Phillip. And as we watch the U.S. senators come down the aisle and take their seats, there you see Senator Andy Kim is getting a selfie, and there is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, with the Vice President, J.D. Vance. We just got some excerpts, and it's interesting. We have here, if anybody was wondering if President Trump is going to address the high price of eggs, he will. He will blame it on President Biden. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down, he says.
You don't get to control the things that you inherit. I think Joe Biden learned that, frankly, when he walked into the White House to the tail end of a pandemic. But I don't know that it's going to be enough for Donald Trump to blame the price of eggs or anything else on Joe Biden for much longer. He promised to bring prices down. And there has not been a whole lot of attention to that. So the question is, what are they going to do now? You know, one of the interesting things, I think, when you talk to Democrats about the predicament that they're in, is that they are in this world in which Trump is an almost irreverent, no-holds-barred president. And everybody around him is in that same mode. J.D. Vance, the vice president, who will be sitting right behind him this entire time, he said in an interview yesterday that normally you just sit there and you try not to put too much on your face because the camera's on you the whole time. But he said, I don't know if I'm going to do that. I'm going to have a little bit of fun. Because that is the tone and tenor that Trump has brought into Washington. And Democrats want to match that energy, but I think that there's some division about whether or not that's actually going to be effective at this particular moment, or if you should just let Trump be Trump and stay out of the fray.
Well, letting Trump be Trump and staying out of the fray are two different things, of course. And Caitlin Collins, one of the things that is definitely true is that President Trump, when he's reading from a teleprompter, is generally not as energetic and charismatic as when he's riffing. But, Caitlin Collins, it is also true. There's Kash Patel, the new director of the FBI, is that Chris?
And Chris LaCivita, and there's Ivanka Trump as well.
Yeah. But one of the things that's also true is that there's Asha Vance, the second lady. One of the things that's also true is that he likes to riff, and when he does, he sometimes says things that get him into some sort of trouble.
Yeah, Jake, I'm told he'll riff tonight if Democrats are severely disrupting his speech. He is prepared to do that. There you can see the entire Trump family. There's Donald Trump Jr., Tiffany Trump, her husband, Laura Trump as well, in addition to Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, in different positions than they were ever during these moments before where they were members of the White House. Eric Trump is seated to your left, as you can see. And also one person, Jake, earlier everyone was looking at Elon Musk, but Steve Witkoff was also inside that room. Obviously, he has proven to be a critical player over the last 6 weeks when it comes to Trump's foreign policy, from Israel to Russia and Ukraine as well. We've just gotten some excerpts of what we are going to hear from President Trump tonight, and Jeff Zeleny is here with me. And Jeff, obviously, Ukraine has been a huge question of how Trump will address that and what exactly he'll say.
It certainly has been, and this is something that he clearly wanted to make a deal. It was the whole reason President Zelensky came to the White House on Friday. That deal will not be announced, we do not believe, but the president inches right up to it by saying, I'm working tirelessly to end this savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded. He goes on to say the United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars. Meanwhile, Europe has not sent as much. Of course, we've heard that before. But He also goes on to blame President Biden. And Caitlin, that is a theme we are seeing not just on egg prices, but also on Ukraine and many other examples. As you know, he talks about Joe Biden a lot.
Well, and he promised to bring down inflation and high prices and also to solve the war in Ukraine on day one. Obviously, those are tough, difficult tasks to do, as any White House would acknowledge, and have proven very much to be so for President Trump, as he's talked about, a myriad of issues that he is entering office with. I do expect we'll hear that criticism of President Biden throughout this.
For sure, and as he comes in, we're certainly watching the cabinet, but the Supreme Court is something else that is a major difference here as the president enters his second term. This is a majority Supreme Court with 3 of his members on.
Let's listen in to Speaker Johnson.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from
House
North
Speaker Mike
Carolina,
Johnson
Mr.
has
Hudson;
now gavelled in. Of course, he was in a very different moment than he was a year ago when he was seated next to Vice President Harris and President Biden was delivering this message, and he had to watch his reactions maybe a little more carefully than he will have to tonight, this evening, with J.D. Vance next to him and President Trump in front of him. And Jeff, obviously, to what you were saying was such a great point, because watching the Supreme Court justices that show up tonight, given Trump fundamentally reshaped the Supreme Court in his first term, and it had a massive impact on his entry into office this time, the indictments against him and what that looks like, and also on the court cases of those very important executive orders and the very critical issues that could wind up before the Supreme Court.
No question, for as important as this House majority is and Senate majority is, the Supreme Court majority equally important deciding these key questions that will define his presidency.
Yeah, and a question, of course, if he will get another chance during his second term to nominate someone else to the court, Jake. Obviously, these are the people that everyone watches in these speeches, not just what the president himself says, but also everyone who's in the room. And that moment from last year with Senator James Lankford, where he agreed with President Biden as he described that bipartisan deal that was sunk by Trump, those are the moments that also can stand out on a night like this.
Let's check in with Dana Bash, who's inside the Capitol, I think still in the Statuary Hall. Dana?
Yes, and Jake, one of the things that I think you all saw as the senators were walking over, as is the tradition from the Senate all the way across the Capitol into the House chamber, it really did feel like there were fewer senators. And the reason is because a number of Democrats have made the decision to boycott tonight. We know that Senator Chris Murphy, for example, I was discussing this with Cory Booker earlier. He said that tonight is a farce. He's not the only one. Senator Patty Murray, for example, of Washington, she is a veteran senator. She certainly is somebody who respects the process of the presidency and this kind of process. She has said, I'm not going to come. And although there are
the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
The diplomatic corps coming in now to the House chamber. Although there are certainly a lot of Democrats in the House chamber, and as Manu was describing, they have made decisions to wear different things, to potentially protest in different ways as this speech comes out. We do have to remember that there are going to be absences, and we could definitely feel that as these members of Congress, members of the House and the Senate began to enter the chamber.
Fascinating stuff. It is going to be interesting to see. We're going to have a whole new Joint Chiefs of Staff come in when they come in, because, of course, President Trump fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, C.Q. Brown, and some other top military officials. He was elected the first time and the second time to be a disruptor, and I think he's disrupting more now than he did the first time, even though there was the ban on visitors from countries, Muslim majority countries, etc. It was pretty disruptive the first time, but this time there was a plan and specific goals, and that are all being carried out.
The pace is much more frenetic, and the picture that was just up, the Republican Speaker and the Republican Vice President, Jake, is one of the reasons why. Donald Trump remembers their first term. And when he did this for the first time back in 2017, there was a Republican Speaker and a Republican Vice President. But then in the 2018 midterms, the Democrats won the House, and Nancy Pelosi was there for the rest of Trump's term. He realizes the first time he had only 2 years, really, where he had Republican control of Washington. They didn't get much of his agenda done. That's the time he wants to move quickly.
Here is the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, and other justices. Usually not all 9 attend. We'll see who chose to come this time. And there we see the Chief Justice, John Roberts, and Brett Kavanaugh, who owes his job on the Supreme Court to Donald Trump. I'm guessing all 3 that Donald Trump appointed will be there. There is Elena Kagan, Amy Coney Barrett. Former Justice Kennedy is there. You know, the point was made by Kamala Harris and by Joe Biden before her that the next president may get as many as 2 new Supreme Court justices, but it's something we shouldn't lose sight of. He could dramatically reshape the court even more than he already has.
Yeah, and he has done so incredibly dramatically. I mean, I think this is why this last election was seen as so pivotal, especially on the Democratic side, because it was their opportunity to potentially get ahead of that, and they haven't. And it's very likely that there will be other vacancies on this court as some of the older justices age out, frankly. And the ones that Trump put on the bench were intentionally among the youngest ever to be put on the court, because conservatives have had a, decades-long effort to reshape the court and to make it younger so that they have more justices on there for longer. I noticed that there were some absences from the Supreme Court, including some of Trump's biggest allies on the court.
I didn't see Alito or Gorsuch.
Or Justice Thomas,
or Justice
not
Thomas,
there,
yeah.
as far as I could tell. So they don't always come. They come when they feel like it. Sometimes they just choose to stay home. But it is notable for the first joint address of the second Trump term to see, especially someone like Justice Thomas, who's been fairly closely aligned with Trump and his allies in the White House.
One of the things that is often forgotten in the coverage of J.D. Vance is just how young he is. He's 40 years old. That is in Washington D.C.
The first millennial vice president, I believe.
That's an infant in Washington D.C., where we have several senators in their 80s. But yeah,
it's a statement about the Republican Party, Jake, honestly. And this is one of the big struggles that Democrats have, is moving on generationally to in style, substance, and actual age. It's something that, Nancy Pelosi did a pretty masterful job of handing over power to Hakeem Jeffries and something of a new generation of leadership in the House, but that new generation, quote unquote, still much older than the new generation of Republicans.
Aaron Burnett.
All right, Jake and David Axelrod, looking through some of these excerpts here, and you're going to have the First Lady coming in, the Cabinet's going to come in. We'll note, last time 6 members of the Supreme Court came. Looks like only 4 this time. So, obviously they don't always all go, but you've got less for this time than Alito and Thomas did not go last year either. But in these excerpts, one thing really stands out to you, which is a claim that the president is going to make about the right direction, wrong direction of the country. John King was just going through our numbers on that. 45% of Americans say that it's going in the wrong direction. 39% say the right direction. But that's not what we're going to hear from the president.
No, he's claiming that for the first time in, I forget what the period is, that more people think that the country's headed in the right direction. It may be that he's only talking to his supporters, because there's been dramatic gains among Republicans. But the fact is, people are still struggling with the same problems that they've been struggling with, and you can see later in the excerpts that he is, pledging himself once again to deal with costs, sort of inferring that it's Biden's fault, and that's what politicians do. It will only last so long. And one thing I'm wondering about is he going to address the budget that's coming up and the big fight where he wants a $4.5 trillion tax cut to be offset by $2 trillion in cuts, including $800 billion or so in Medicaid, something that he said he wouldn't do. That's what the House
specific will they get? And obviously that's not in here yet. Prices are up, I should note, 3% since he took office. Ashley, one thing is people are looking at this room, and we do expect First Lady's going to be coming in and announce, and the Cabinet, then this is going to begin, and as this camera pans down, we don't control it, but you'll see a lot of the Democratic women appear to be wearing pink. And color coordination, we've seen that before when they did white in honor of suffrage one year. But what does this mean?
unity, I guess, amongst the Democratic Party. Look, I mean,
Were you not provided a messaging?
I didn't wear my pink.
You gotta check the color chart.
Protest and power. It signals protest and power, and there will be some blue and yellow scarves. We know what that symbolizes, obviously, support for Ukraine.
I want to be respectful of the members. They were elected by their constituents, and so I understand why they felt like they needed to be in the room. I think their constituents want more than coordinated colors right now. I think they are, desperate for their members to resist if they make cuts to a budget that have cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. Democrats don't have the power, and so I do not want to pretend that what is happening in this country is because of the governing of Democrats. But Democrats do have an opportunity to make it very clear that if they get governing power, at least in the House, in 2026, the changes they will make. This is the time not to focus on what color you're wearing, but decide what is the message, how are you speaking to the American people, and how do you actually get out of Washington, D.C., get in your districts and talk to your...
So Manu Raju is there looking down upon all of this. And Manu, what are you seeing as we await the First Lady and the Cabinet?
Yeah, the way when Donald Trump enters, it will be very interesting to see how Democrats respond. Remember, oftentimes members sit along the aisle. They wait for sometimes hours near the aisle in order to greet the president, make their own points as he enters the chamber here. You see some of Donald Trump's biggest foes sitting on the Democratic side of the aisle, very close to it, including former Congressman Adam Schiff, now the current senator.
Manu, just sorry to interrupt you.
Aaron, back to you.
Okay, sorry, Manu, I don't know if you could hear me, but First Lady Melania Trump is coming in now, being escorted into the executive gallery where she is going to sit alongside her special guest. She's been talking about someone there who had suffered from revenge porn, an issue she's taking on. Also, Elon Musk going to be in the box with the First Lady. And there's the applause for her. After she comes in, taking the Vice President J.D. Vance's wife, Usha's hand, we're going to see the cabinet announced and come in. Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins will be the one who is not there because of being the designated survivor. So because, Alyssa, you have been through this before and been there with them, so there she is. And we just talked about who's going to be in the box with her.
She's with Laken Riley, who was tragically killed by an undocumented migrant. She's with their family.
Mr.
There's
Speaker,
angel moms
the President's
present.
Cabinet.
And the cabinet is announced. We're going to watch them coming out here.
There's also guests who are supposed to highlight this issue around Title IX and trans women in sports, which has been a big priority for Donald Trump. So a lot of this, I mean, the excerpts we've gotten seem really generic. They sound very similar to his swearing in. I expect there'll be some surprises that they're waiting till he's up there. And I'm kind of curious to see if there's any real policy pronouncements. He loves the O's. He's been doing them at a fast pace. He may be kind of holding his cards close.
And we'll see what they do. And Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, who was in that Zelensky meeting, sitting on the couch next to J.D. Vance. He was the first one. And now you can see the Treasury Secretary right behind him, Scott Bessent, as the cabinet is coming out. Scott.
The thing in the excerpts that we have that jumps off the page to me is the phrase common sense. He promised a revolution of common sense in his inaugural address. And in a lot of ways, Trump has somewhat redefined the ideology of the Republican Party. It's not just a conservative party. He wants it to be known as the party of common sense. It's how he defines it in order to have the most elastic coalition possible. And I honestly think a lot of the issues he tackled in his executive orders and in some of the legislation is working for him on that front. We saw it on display this week, and you're going to hear it in the speech tonight. The idea that boys shouldn't be playing in girls' sports, which was filibustered and voted against by every Senate Democrat.
Can I just say, just to say, we've got the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, you saw the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, all of them coming in here. RFK Jr., HHS Secretary is also there.
Look at what's happening. The Democrats are not even acknowledging the cabinet right now. I just don't remember that being standard. At least they would get up and shake their hands.
Just the visual here that
they're not engaging. This is not a pathway forward to bipartisanship. I mean, I think if Donald Trump is trying to expand and have an elastic coalition, the elastic is about to pop, because you cannot attack every group, women, people of color,
He's not.
LGBTQ
He's protecting
folks.
women.
I mean, when you fired the black Joint Chief of Staff, when you fire the woman Joint Chief of Staff, when you say the reason a plane crash happens because maybe a person of color or a woman was flying that's attacking people. When you don't want folks to be able to feed their family, that you're going after pieces of your coalition. The elastic is not sustainable at this point.
And Brooke Rollins just walked in.
Does this stand out to you, David, when you see the lack of interaction with the cabinet here by Democrats?
I think it's a reflection of the mood in Washington. And yes, I do think that when you consider the overheated rhetoric of the president, of Musk, and so on, I think that contributes to it. But, to me, this is less important. Scott talks about common sense, and I hear you. I think that has some appeal on some of these issues, broad appeal. But I tell you that families out there are more concerned about dollars and cents than what you define as common sense, and so they're ultimately going to judge based on their lived experience. Kids in our classrooms, our new colleague Rahm Emanuel has pointed this out. We've had terrible reading scores. People are concerned about what's going on in their classrooms, and not,
I'm not disputing you. I agree that these are real issues that people care about, but I also think Trump is beginning to make progress on some of them. He has more to do on some of them as well. The guy's been in office for just a little over 40 days, and the amount of anger with the previous administration was real. It's why Donald Trump won the election. I just think he has more political leash than maybe you're willing to give him.
Alyssa, I want to go back to Jake.
I concede that he has some leash.
Elon is so the cabinet's going in. The person above them, right? There's them, and then there's one above. Is literally sitting above in the First Lady's box.
Right, and usually a senior advisor would be in the speaker's lobby behind, off of the floor, where Stephen Miller and others would be. But I think it just shows he's in this sort of above the cabinet, different position with this sweeping influence within the administration. But listen, I think that Donald Trump is messaging DOGE better than Elon Musk is. If he's talking about efficiency, if he's talking about making the government work better for people, that's a winning message. But the constant errors that we've been seeing, the announcements of what have been cut,
and the chainsaw.
It was a lot.
I mean, let me say, if I were Democrats, I would never be opposed to, cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, making government more efficient, seeing how we can make government more responsive. And I think they make a mistake by being resistant to the notion of making government more efficient. But what Musk is doing seems much more indiscriminate. And I think that's what people,
Yeah, and guess what? Republicans love it. And I will just say, I think the Democrats...
Guess what? The country's bigger than just Republicans.
I know. Well, he's got over a 50% approval rating, and your party's got 21%. So he's doing okay. I think dying on this hill of defending every single federal worker, that the idea that we can't ever shrink the size of government because this sob story or that sob story, that is not going to play with the American people. Democrats gave no care whatsoever to the 10,000 people who lost their jobs when the big pipeline was canceled by Joe Biden, or the people who lost their businesses in the COVID shutdowns that went on and on and on, or the firefighters or the military that lost their jobs because they wouldn't get the COVID vaccine. No care for that. But care for government workers.
I don't want to have a part. You can take this on another show. I don't want to have a partisan debate about it, but we should note that there were 16 million jobs created when Biden was president, and jobs were lost when Trump was president.
Okay.
So,
and you know how dishonest that is because of what happened at the end of COVID and the restoration of jobs.
Even during the period before COVID, there was more robust job creation in the last 3 years of Obama than the first 3 years
I just
of
don't
Trump.
think Democrats are actually messaging this DOGE thing right. I think that people don't want waste, fraud, and abuse, but I don't actually think that's what they're doing. I think they're just putting a hatchet to our government without any strategy, integrity, or real analysis. They are firing people that play critical roles in our government. People want our government to be more efficient, but that's not the way that DOGE is approaching.
But the reality is most Americans can relate to their someone in their family being laid off. Most people do not get this idea that federal workers are so hard to fire, and I think the messaging of bringing them like they're martyrs when most people have lost jobs, most people have experienced layoffs, I don't know that it resonates with average Americans.
All right, well, we're getting ready here. The cabinet is there, and soon we'll have the president presented to senators and representatives by the speaker, Jake. Running a little bit behind here, but we're getting there.
Indeed. And John King, President Trump talks a lot about how high his approval rating is, and we know that in his speech tonight he's going to talk about how great the right track, wrong track numbers are, the percentage of individuals who think the country's on the right track versus wrong track. Those numbers were disastrous for President Biden. And it is true that President Trump is more popular right now than he ever was during his first term. But I think it misdiagnoses the situation he's in to act as if his right track, wrong track numbers and his approval ratings are where he would want them to be. They're not.
No.
And in fact, most voters, according to lots of different polls that I've seen, and I'm sure you and Casey and Abby have seen, don't think he has addressed inflation sufficiently. It's only been 5 weeks, but still don't think he's focused enough on inflation, which is what he promised he would do from day one. The majority of the public is still sympathetic to Ukraine, and the majority of Republicans are still sympathetic to Ukraine, not Russia. And, you know, there are a lot of people out there, majorities in polls I've seen, concerned that he's overreaching. Now, that's not to say he shouldn't give a confident State of the Union address and the like, but it is to say that were I advising him, and look, he's not asking me, and nobody's asking me, but were I advising him, I'd say this is an opportunity where you could really build your approval rating by, I'm not even saying reaching across the aisle, but talking about, here are the 10 things I'm going to do to bring down inflation.
Yes, you make a logical political characterization of what a president whose numbers aren't horrible but aren't great would think of this challenge at the moment. But remember, Donald Trump has never shown an interest in reaching out to those who oppose him. His interest in those who oppose him is usually to tell them they're wrong.
And to destroy them.
And to try to destroy them politically. So I look at this two ways today. What is Donald Trump trying to accomplish? And how does those Republicans right there who have the tiniest majority, how do they process what he's doing? Because his approval rating, look, he won re-election by lying about a lot of things. I'm sorry, that's just a fact. He said a lot of things that were just not true. So when he says his approval rating is off the charts and he says the right track, wrong track is off the charts, that's just not true. The fact checkers can deal with that after the speech. But that's what he says to pump himself up for his base, and that has been his style for quite some time. And guess what? He won the election. It works for him. It works for him. The challenge is, does he remember he's the leader of the Republican Party, and the next election is about them, and they have the tiniest majority in the House, and his approval rating will be the North Star of the midterm.
President of the United States.
There's President Trump greeting Supreme Court justices, two of whom he appointed, Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh, obviously, a contentious confirmation process, and there were those in the White House who wanted President Trump to drop him, to cut, and put somebody else, and President Trump said no. Brett Kavanaugh, no doubt, very appreciative of that. Here, the Joint Chiefs, the new chairman that President Trump appointed, someone who met, I believe, in Iraq years before.
A brief note, Jake, on Kavanaugh. The playbook that got him through Congress is one that you've seen them repeat. They did it again with Pete Hegseth to make sure that he became Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, they just keep fighting and fighting and pushing, and then they have the vote when they have the votes, with a lot of intense pressure on anybody wavering. Not a lot of outreach from House Democrats or Senate Democrats there, just in terms of physically approaching the president or his cabinet. Is giving the Vice President and the Speaker copies of the address, the joint address to Congress, not an official State of the Union address, but basically the same thing.
Serves the same function in our national life.
Yeah. You can tell which ones are Democrats because they're not standing. To the president's left are Republicans. To the president's right, behind the Joint Chiefs and the Supreme Court justices, are Democrats. So keep that in mind as you see to whom he plays as he delivers his address.
And worth noting that traditionally, the Joint Chiefs and Supreme Court justices, of course, refrain from reaction basically entirely. It's not always been true, but that's largely the norm.
Indeed. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. Six weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, Our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about it? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years, more than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. Federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025, and it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much, and I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done, everybody. Border Patrol, ICE. Admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Alice Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari, from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the lone gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria, they died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it, he got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes, and I'm either very, very happy about that, or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
President Trump wrapping up his first address to Congress since returning to power. In moments, we're going to hear the Democratic response from Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan, but it was, in some ways, a campaign speech almost. Very, if one thinks that normally State of the Union addresses, joint addresses to Congress, end up being kind of laundry lists of legislation that a president wants, this was quite different in many respects. He talked about tariffs. He talked about the border. He brought in some cultural issues. There were some touching moments with Americans, one getting into West Point, one who a 13-year-old suffering from brain cancer being made an honorary Secret Service agent. Thank you very much. It was disruptive what Congressman Al Green, Democrat of Texas, stood and yelled at the president and had to be escorted out. He, I believe, was saying that the president didn't have a mandate to get rid of Medicaid. Many Democrats made their displeasure with the president's speech known by walking out or holding up signs. The president went on an extended length talking about DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and alleged waste that was found in the Social Security system, in the USAID disbursements. I'm sure our fact checkers are looking into all of that right now. The president talked about reclaiming power from the bureaucracy. And he made some news, John King, talking about on April 2nd, that will be the day that reciprocal tariffs go into effect, that he wants to kill the CHIP Act, one of President Biden's biggest bipartisan agreements, and also that a top terrorist who was responsible for the Abbey Gate attack in 2021 in Afghanistan has been apprehended, at least in partnership with the government of Pakistan, and is on his way to the United States. John King, what was your thought?
It was trademark Trump. It was very partisan. It was very defiant. It was very focused on him. Parts of it.
5 times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
President Roger Williams, thanks for the call.
I love Roger Williams.
Thank you.
You don't have to introduce yourself. I know you better than you do, Roger.
Thank you so much.
My great baseball.
America
Good job. Great job you're doing.
America is back. Thank you so much.
Welcome you back to Pennsylvania anytime, sir. They stood for
Thank you all.
They stood for another country, not our country. That was phenomenal. It's hard to believe, isn't it? That was fantastic, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Quick selfie. Mr. President.
Good job, Mr. President. Good job. Thank you so much. Great speech. Great speech.
Yes, sir. Back to Pennsylvania.
Let's do bilateral.
Thank you, darling.
Great, sir. Thank you. I love you. Best speech on the floor ever. Yeah, it was so good.
Thank you.
So good.
Hey, you rocked it, Mr. President. We're with you, 100%. Crush. Really good.
Congratulations. Best speech ever. Thank you.
Mr. President, that was a great speech.
That was awesome.
Great job. Let's go. Get your man up. You get down. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's so great.
Thank you, everybody. Good job.
Thank you for mentioning God needs to help us.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Great speech. Great speech. Thanks for taking my call. Good luck. Yeah. Thank you, my man. My man.
Thank you for standing
You
strong.
really triggered those people.
Yeah.
Tremendous, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the beneficial ownership and this week.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for mentioning farmers. Well, we love our farmers. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Mr. President. You earned this night.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're tired. Thank you, man. Proud of you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Great again, brother. Thank you.
I did indeed. You better believe it.
Very well done,
Good
sir.
endorsement.
President, home run.
Thank you.
Great job. You killed it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody.
You did great.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you.
Great to see you. Slam dunk.
You're doing good.
Thank you, sir. You did amazing, per usual.
Thank you. I'll see you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Love you, Mr. President. Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Look at this beautiful.
New Congressman from Eastern Washington. We've never met.
Oh, that's
Bob
good.
Gardner. I was one of Mike Leach's best friends.
Oh, that's
He thinks
good.
very highly
Mike
of you.
was, he was terrific.
Tremendous.
He was a great guy.
Great
What a
speech. Great speech.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Inspector General, you did a great job. Thank you.
Home run, Mr. President. Home run. Home run.
That was a good President, good job. Thank you very much. Looking good. Look at him. I need to talk to you about some buildings, some public buildings. You let me know. I will. Thank you, sir. Mr. President. Thank you. Gus, crazy.
In the room, it's getting people going on social media, but I also think that at the end of the day, this is not what he is going to be judged on. The question is, what is going to touch people's actual lives? And I don't think that a lot of the stuff that he talked about today will do that. It's emotional, it works well in a speech, but people are still looking at their checkbooks and wondering when the relief is coming.
The bottom line here, the big picture, this was an incredibly divisive speech. It was also an incredibly divisive moment. You saw the division on display from the Democrats as well. That reflects an incredibly divided America, and one that is still, very much reeling from a series of economic challenges and our own challenges with the COVID pandemic. Right? I think there's still an element of the things that brought to our reality, to our culture, that we are not over yet, that is driving some of the division that was on display, but also the general kind of unhappiness and feelings of morass in the American public. And again, these moments, and John Keenan, you've covered so many more of these than I have, but since I started doing it when George W. Bush was president of the United States, I don't think I've ever seen something that was so pointed, so partisan, not just in what the president was saying, but in the mood in the room, the sort of aggression, the occasional cruelty, the mocking, the laughter. It had a tone. I mean, these are usually moments for at least all of us to say, okay, I may not agree with you, Mr. President. I may have differences on that policy, but we're going to stand here at the top and we're going to say this is about our union, right? The things that we all can get together on. And there was none of that.
We should write down, do not speak the sentence, polarization can't get worse, because it keeps getting worse.
So, Caitlin Collins, President Trump promised unrelenting action and said he's just getting started. To his supporters, that's exciting. He's just getting started, unrelenting action. And to his detractors, that must sound rather bleak.
Yeah, Jake, there were several moments that stood out, most notably on tariffs and what has happened. You saw Republicans standing up and applauding Trump as he was talking about the reciprocal tariffs that he wants to put in place, the tariffs that he has already put in place on Mexico and Canada. That despite the unease that we have heard from those Republicans on Capitol Hill about the president's plan and about how it's going to impact a lot of them in their home states. And Jake, I'll note one thing that really stood out to me was the president did not sound like he is going to roll back these tariffs that he just put in place on Canada and Mexico. Despite the suggestions that we've heard from some of his advisors, he sounded incredibly dug in, not on the notion of this being a negotiating tactic, which certainly some Republican senators might prefer that, and instead the president seeming to say that he is in for the long haul on this. Obviously, that would be notable, and I think one of the most striking lines from this was what he said to farmers. He said that this might be an adjustment period, and he told them to have a lot of fun and that he loved them, but noted they may have to bear with him again. Jake, that's a reference to the tariffs he put in place the last time he was in office, when eventually we had to see the USDA bail out farmers to the tune of $28 billion. That has been a big question that has been looming over this time around, Jake.
And Caitlin, we're about to have the Democratic response, but just quickly, I see absolutely no evidence that President Trump intends these tariffs as a negotiating tactic or this is some sort of opening bid or gambit. It seems to me that he really believes in the presidency of William McKinley and ascribes all the successes during that period of economic growth in the late 18th century, or late 19th century, early 20th century to the tariffs, although economic experts will tell you, economists will say, there were a lot of reasons, including immigration and the Industrial Revolution, but he really seems to believe in tariffs as an achievement unto itself. So let us turn now to the Democratic response. Alyssa Slotkin, the brand new senator from Michigan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later, no CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border. Period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
Melissa Slotkin, just elected Democratic Senator from Michigan, and as she pointed out, David Axelrod, one of the first things she said, she was in a place that both she and Trump won.
Yes, and you can see why she won, because she speaks to those middle-class economic concerns. She speaks in an idiom and in values that I think a lot of people share in this country. Honestly, this is the most thankless speech you can give in politics. And very few people do it well. I think she did it well, and she did it at a time when Democrats are sort of searching for what the right message should be. She spoke with clarity in ways that I think people across the political spectrum can relate to. And by the way, her invocation of Reagan in the context of national security, I thought was very, very deft. So I think she did very well. We'll get back to the other speech, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, she was, and that was very watchable.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure she's a very nice person. None of this will be remembered because this was a horrific night for the opposition party, regardless of how well she just spoke. It started out with Al Green getting thrown off the House floor because he couldn't keep his emotions under control. Then they had the ridiculous paddles, which now social media is roasting.
That you said false on one side. And
ridiculous.
Elon on
and
the
then
other.
finally, and maybe most terribly, the Democrats who couldn't find it in their heart to stand for objectively good things, including the 95-year-old mother of Mark Fogel and Mark, who got rescued from a Russian prison, and they couldn't even stand up for that. I thought Democrats came into this speech lost and defeated by Donald Trump, and today it looks to me like they're even more lost and even more defeated than when this speech started.
Well, there was a clear juxtaposition. So I thought Alyssa Slotkin knocked it out of the park. It makes sense that they chose her, but she laid out a winning messaging playbook for Democrats that I suspect they're going to summarily ignore. What we saw, the theatrics tonight in the chamber, are not being well received, and as we saw recently at the DNC candidate forum, it didn't sound like pocketbook issues. It didn't sound like saying, you know, my neighbors might support Trump, but that doesn't mean you're a bad person. They continually elevate people who are leaning, as Republicans have, but into the name calling, into the demonizing and filing articles of impeachment a few weeks in. If Democrats talk like Alyssa Slotkin, they're going to win.
Maybe they'll save that.
I don't know.
People don't. So just one second. Certainly, people who don't like name calling would have gravitated to the president's speech tonight.
Yeah, I
don't like it on
just
either
think that what world are we living in right now? Like, Donald Trump just gave a campaign speech in the joint address. It was not a unifying speech, and I don't really think that a lot of people want that version of what Alyssa Slotkin just gave.
Oh, really?
I think we're past that in our country. I don't know if I like it or not. Maybe we could. She started her telling her personal story working for a Democrat and a Republican, growing up in a household with a Democrat and a Republican, winning a district, Democrat and Republican. But that you wouldn't know that from Donald Trump's speech tonight. He's not talking Democrat and Republicans. I'm not going to say what the Democrats did with tonight was, it didn't feel like a cohesive strategy, walking out, staying in, paddles, whatever. That was not how you land the plane. But I do think she laid out the issues that are important to people, and she told people what to do. I don't think this problem, honestly, in the Democratic Party is going to be solved in Washington, D.C. It's going to be solved in the middle of the country, in the South, where people are going to organize together and tell the party what they want and the direction they want to go.
Let's bring in Doug Brinkley into our conversation, presidential historian. Doug, you know, it is unprecedented. It's not just in the length of the speech that we just watched from the president. Now we, of course, just saw the Democratic rebuttal from Senator Slotkin. But it was also the disarray among the Democratic response. And how unprecedented was this moment that we just sat through? Anybody who sat through and watched the entire thing?
I think President Trump did what he needed to do. But as Senator Slotkin just pointed out, the economic issues weren't really talked about. I mean, the big concern right now is Medicaid and Medicare, Social Security, what Trump's going to do. The fact that Wall Street is just diving right now, if he refuses to budge on these tariffs, the chance of the matter is we are going to start losing momentum. But Trump seemed relaxed. He had I think, a better night than the Democrats. They were like just, I guess, everybody left to their own. I mean, Senator Wyden right to stay in Oregon and do town halls. However, Slotkin pulled a rabbit out of her hat. That was a very brilliant, relaxed response. And Andy Beshear and her should be the voices, I think, coming from the heartland of America. And I think Donald Trump left farmers from the speech a little bit out of it in a way that he needed to address them as a group in a more upbeat way instead of saying suffer some more pain, it'll be slow.
Well, you know, when it started out, so anybody watching at the beginning, you know, there was that complete sort of that chaotic moment. And Al Green is stabbing his cane into the air, and then it appears to be over something with Medicaid, and it escalates. It's extremely awkward, and then he is escorted out and told to leave the chamber after the speaker had repeatedly tried to call it to order. Have you seen a moment like that? I mean, we talk about the "you lie" moment back in the Obama days. This almost makes that seem quaint.
Well, and during Biden's presidency, you know, you had MAGA people interrupting, but this is the escorting out. The difference is, and I'm here in Houston, and this is where Al Green is based. He fights for poverty and social justice. He's been sick. He's called for the impeachment of Donald Trump long ago, and it was a fiery moment for him. It reminded me of the comedian Dick Gregory or Reverend Hosea Williams, who used to work with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It was feisty, but it doesn't help the Democratic Party any. It might create a university press biography about Al Green, you know, that never would have been written because it is a moment in history, but it's not something that the Democrats can score points on.
All right. Well, Doug, just coming back here to the group here, David, when we were discussing, what percent, someone can go through and parse what percent he talked about social issues versus not. There was a lot of social issues, right? There was a lot of wokeness. Wokeness is dead. Wokeness is gone. Also trying to talk about the economy. There was one point where he spent a lot of time going through DOJ and talked about unelected bureaucrats and this whole kind of push towards, as he calls, waste, fraud, and abuse. Let me just play this one moment from the president.
Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
Yeah, I didn't see Elon Musk standing and cheering for that. Listen, I think that the president met his probably many of his political imperatives. He touched all the hot buttons that he touched during the campaign, and particularly on, anybody can get a cheer by saying, I want to cut government bureaucracy, I want to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. It's when you get into the details of what you're cutting that it gets stickier. And certainly there's a strong feeling in this country about immigration and the border, and I thought he leaned into that. Some of the social hot buttons, I said earlier, there's no doubt that, it scores noise. Scott calls that common sense, and I'm sure he scored with that. But the biggest single issue facing people in their lives is the economy, and what we've seen is that still 75% of the people think the economy is fair or poor. Consumer confidence has taken a dive in the last few weeks. The things that he's doing with the tariffs aren't going to help. And the question is, you can't spend some of these social issues at the supermarket. You can't spend them at the gas station. You can't pay your mortgage with them or your rent. And at some point, you got to stop blaming Joe Biden, and you're going to be accountable. And, he must have met Biden a dozen times in the speech.
I mean, the X, I love you. You guys were blaming George W. Bush in year 8 of the Obama presidency.
No, but something, Scott, we learned something from that. we learned something from that.
He's been in office for 40-something days. I am hearing a lot of cope. These social issues, you know why he talks about them? Because they work. They're like 80-20 issues, and he's on the right side of them, and Democrats are on the wrong side of them. It worked in the campaign, and nobody, he's not talking about the right things. It worked in the inaugural. It's working in the executive orders. It's why he put it in the speech tonight. And on immigration, you're exactly right. It's his #1 achievement so far. The border's effectively closed. The line of the night was they kept saying we need new legislation to secure the border, but it turns out all we really needed was a new president. Without question, in my mind, top scoring.
I just have to say, I feel like when we were talking about what the issues were that were winning this election, it was the economy and it was immigration. So he is doing stuff on immigration. I still don't know how eggs are going to get cheaper. I still don't know how people are going to
Gotta stop slaughtering the chickens.
Well,
how many did Biden kill? It was a bloodbath.
I know. Okay.
Total bloodbath.
How about this? I still don't know how milk is getting cheaper. I still don't know how are we killing the cows? No. He's not doing stuff to bring the prices down. In fact, it feels like prices are going up. I agree. He's only been in office for 40 days. But you at least want things to stay the same, not get worse in the economy. And it doesn't feel like that. You're not going to be able to make that claim in 4 months. If prices go down, say I'm wrong.
We should note that I agree with you. 40 days is 40 days. He was the one who said,
Day one.
I'm going to turn.
He's the one who used the day one.
And he hasn't talked about it during these 43 days, hardly at all. He's doing things that tariffs are going to raise costs on people. So the question is, what gives you reason to believe that it's going to get better? He's not focused on that.
The main part of the speech, just to answer X, it was energy. I mean, he talked a lot about energy. It's not getting a ton of attention. It was smart for him to do a big section on energy. It is along with making the tax cuts permanent, it is the fastest way, I think, for him to bring relief to the American
people. Right
people.
now, those tariffs on Canada are going to raise
gas is going up.
Okay, if I may, real quick.
Let's let Alyssa in.
There was a very important line on tariffs where he said there will be a little disturbance. He telegraphed that there's going to be...
Want to play for it? Let's play it, and then, okay.
Tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much.
That was a key line because the rest of the speech was red meat to his base to say, stay with me. We caught a terrorist tonight. We got the Abbey Gate masterminds. Laken Riley acknowledging her family, naming a nature preserve after someone who was an angel mom. This DJ Daniel moment, that is going to live with his base for months. This is going to energize them, and it's going to give them a little bit of patience as he figures out what he's doing with the economy. He knows that he's not there to win Democratic votes. He's to keep the people who voted for him on his side as he tests this whole tariffs theory, which I think will be a disaster, but that's what he's trying to do.
David, can I just one other thing he said towards the end. He said, talking about Butler, and he talked about Mark Fogel and his mother being there, and she'd come up at the rally, and that's why he had spent this time to free her son from prison. And then he said, I was saved by God, talking about being shot in Butler, to make America great again. I believe that. Now, the New York Times says at that moment, Nancy Pelosi leans over to Steny Hoyer and goes, oh, my God. What is a moment like that?
I'm sure that's an emotional moment that connected with a lot of people. I just want to, 160 years ago tonight, Abraham Lincoln gave his second inaugural address. He said, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds. What a different spirit that was, and that was after a civil war. So it's one thing to mine our differences, it's another thing to try and heal our differences, and that is, that's the difference between real leadership and political expediency.
Would it have been healing to stand for Mark Fogel? Might have been.
No, I agree. Look, you are absolutely right.
DJ Johnson.
Well, I will do what you will not. I will say, I think there were times when they should have risen. I think what Al Green did was despicable. I liked Alyssa Slotkin's speech. I think that's where Democrats should go. That doesn't obviate the fact that you shouldn't exploit our differences. You should try and solve problems and heal our differences. I don't see that inclination on the part of this president.
All right, let's send it back to you, Jake.
Thanks so much, Aaron. Let's start with, in a 99-minute speech, particularly one given by President Trump, there's going to be some fact-checking that needs to be done. So let's bring in CNN's Daniel Dale, who's been very busy checking all the facts. Daniel, I know you can't do everything in that 99-minute speech, but give us some of the highlights.
Jake, President Trump was, believe it or not, marginally more careful with the facts tonight than he usually is. He was on script, so this was not like one of the usual ad-libbing rally speeches or debates with like 30 false claims. But by the standard of any politician in Washington who is not Donald Trump, that was still an extremely dishonest speech. I counted at least 13 flat false claims, and that is a preliminary count that doesn't include a whole bunch of additional misleading or uncorroborated claims. He, for example, repeated his false claim that foreign countries like China pay his tariffs, though Americans make those tariff payments. He wildly exaggerated figures on inflation and immigration under President Biden. He claimed to have terminated something called the Green New Scam, even though the Green New Deal congressional resolution was never actually passed, and Trump has not repealed the big environmental law that President Biden did pass. There's a lot more, as you said. You can read our full list on CNN.com. But now I want to go into detail on an important and eye-catching claim that was highly misleading. The president talked at length about millions of people being listed as alive in a Social Security database, even though they're obviously dead. Listen.
3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. And one person is listed at 360 years of age, more than 100 years older than our country.
I've spoken to conservative experts about this claim, and they've noted, Jake, that the president is leaving out something absolutely critical to understanding this issue. Here's what he failed to explain. These numbers are not the numbers of dead people who are actually getting paid Social Security checks. Trump was referring to a legitimate problem with some deaths not being marked in the Social Security database, but that doesn't mean people listed as being 150, 200, 300 are actually getting money. And that's because Social Security already has a system in place to automatically cut off people who are listed as being 115 or older. Now, 2 years ago, an inspector general looked into this. She found there were about 19 million people 100 or older who were not marked as deceased. But critically, she also found that only 44,000 of these people were actually receiving payments. And one conservative expert told me even those 44K are likely legit payments, since at the time there were about 86,000 living Americans age 100 or older. Now let's listen to something the president said about the war in Ukraine.
Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion.
Those are fictional numbers, and this is a fictional narrative. President Trump keeps telling the story about how the U.S. has sent Ukraine way more than Europe has collectively. In fact, Europe has committed and provided more aid to Ukraine during this war than the U.S. has. So Trump said the U.S. has spent maybe $350 billion and Europe $100 billion. Well, a German think tank that closely tracks this issue found the U.S. has committed about $126 billion, actually allocated about $121 billion, so way less than $350 billion. He said Europe has spent $100 billion, while the think tank found Europe had committed $263 billion, so way more, actually allocated about $140 billion. Now, you can get different numbers with different counting methodologies, but nobody legitimate, even the U.S. government itself, has gotten anywhere close to that $350 billion figure that President Trump keeps using, Jake.
Very, very interesting. One thing, though, that you didn't correct there that President Trump suggested, I did see a study from a European think tank that did suggest that Europeans do buy, or at least last year bought, more Russian oil and gas in terms of the cost than they provided aid to Ukraine. That part of it,
fair,
I think is fair, but you weren't taking issue with that. But,
I was not.
But that is an interesting thing for viewers to know. Thank you, Daniel Dale. Excellent work as always. Our focus group of Pennsylvania voters watched President Trump's speech live. In moments, they're going to join us live with their reactions. What did the real people out there think? Vox Populi from Bucks County in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Stay with us. Did the re-election of Donald Trump play any role in your decision to resign? Why do you need to study it? It sounds like you have the facts on your fingertips.
Great question.
You continue to fight for your name to be cleared. Why? Do you have any concerns about Elon Musk?
There really is much more that unites us as Americans than that which divides us.
A moment with huge consequences for the nation and the world.
Watch The Lead Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
travel the world, make sure the world travels with you. Check in, log on, and get connected with all of the latest developments at your fingertips. CNN Partner Hotels. Connected to your world.
I'm tagging along with a patrol of joint U.S. and Mexican forces.
Les agarramos, ahora sí, caminando todos.
This is a place where the Mexican government is building one of the 25 temporary shelters.
Vuelvan a Venezuela, ¿cómo? ¿Cómo nos regresamos? ¿Quién nos va a ayudar?
Thousands of migrants are now stuck on the U.S.-Mexico border. How is exactly gonna deal the Mexican government with this upcoming crisis?
I'm Rafael Romo in Atlanta. This is CNN.
And welcome back to CNN's special coverage of President Trump's first address to Congress of his second term. Let's go now to Boris Sanchez. He watched the president's speech with a group of voters in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, obviously crucial swing area that Donald Trump narrowly won in the election. So, Boris, you were there watching it, able to see the conversations, the interactions, and then talk to everyone afterwards. How is this mixed group of Trump and Harris voters responding? What did they hear?
Yeah. A variety of opinions tonight, Aaron, as you might imagine. I've been discussing with 8 of my friends here in Bucks County. You mentioned it. Bucks County is a swing district, the biggest swing district in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump won it by about 300 votes. It was a huge part of him winning the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on his return to the White House. I wanted to first start with Carolyn here, who is a military veteran, someone who served, as well as a law enforcement veteran. You were perhaps the most enthusiastic in the entire group for Trump's speech. On a day where he installs 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, how did you feel about his message regarding the economy?
I thought it was very positive. I think what's happening now, we used to be a country that would just let everything happen. Okay, we'll do this. You know, you guys, Panama can have this. You know, I think now we're taking back things that should have never been given away. So I think doing those tariffs and everything, I think it's well overdone. I mean, it should have been done a long time ago.
Sherry, you were a Kamala Harris voter. Are you concerned about the speech, specifically no real mention of how tariffs might be inflationary?
I don't think that he understands how tariffs might be inflationary, and I think that he did not spend nearly enough time talking about what we're experiencing right now. I work for a nonprofit agency. I am seeing more people struggling with food insecurity, with a lack of ability to sustain themselves, housing, utility costs. It's worse now than ever. Americans, middle America, that's what we're feeling right now, and I don't think his speech addressed that nearly enough.
Now, in some of the conversations we've been having, I know that a lot of you wanted to see Donald Trump strike a tone that was uniting, that brought the country together. Could you show me, raise your hands, how many of you wanted to see that sort of uniting message in his speech? Everybody, right?
Sure.
Keep your hands raised if you felt that he delivered on that promise. So we've got 2.5 over there. Joe, tell us, why do you think it was a half?
I think that there was definitely a lot of unity that he was preaching there. I think that there definitely needed to be more of a willingness by the president to maybe do some more reaching across the aisle than he might have conveyed in the speech.
I just want to let our viewers know, Joe was actually a participant in a Kamala Harris town hall that we had last year. You were undecided at the time. Ultimately, you sided with President Trump. Imogene, what did you make of the speech? Anything that stood out to you that may have moved you? You were a Kamala Harris voter.
I was. There wasn't very much that was positive to me about the speech. I would like to see him, as Joe said, to bring us together. And I don't think that he has that capacity. He does not ever seem to be in line with bringing people together. It's more of a divisive method that he tries to pit us against one another, whether it's racially or economically or where we live, you know, our zip codes. So I don't see that, and I would like to see him do that.
I want to ask you guys, we have only about a minute, so I'm going to do another show of hands. What did we think about Trump blaming Biden for the high cost of eggs? Did we like it? Raise your hands.
Oh. I don't.
Nobody liked it. Nobody thought him.
I don't know much about it. I mean, I don't really have enough.
They killed 100 million
Yeah.
chickens so in 2024.
That was part of the response to avian flu.
But exactly, but that also is a reason why the prices went up.
Right.
You know, it's not that Trump did anything about that. And I mean, it was the bird flu. They had to cull the chickens. That's why the prices raised up. It wasn't Trump's fault. It wasn't because Biden had some crazy policy against, you know, eggs and chickens. So,
I appreciate all of your perspectives. We're going to have to put a pin on that. We'll pick up the conversation in just a bit. Aaron, we'll send it back to you.
All right, well, I can't wait to hear more from them, Boris. And I have to say, that's the point. Nobody wanted to hear blaming Biden for eggs, but then they raised their hand and said, you know, there was bird flu. Just the fact that you can have people who feel so differently be able to sit there and have a conversation, that's a good thing. Makes us all feel good. So how did American voters in other parts of the country feel about President Trump's address tonight? And how does it compare to his past speeches, other than the fact that it is the longest? We'll have the first results from our CNN instant poll in just a couple minutes.
In a world of seismic change, will your business shape the future or be shaped by it? How will we capture the imagination of tomorrow's consumers? Harness technology and AI to shape the way we live our lives. And unlock economic and social prosperity through environmental responsibility. With EY's full spectrum of services across sectors, we're all in to shape the future with confidence.
The sun rises brilliantly here. History was written here. Culture became glorious here. Eastern Anatolia, the timeless journey.
My show brings you the latest news and top news makers.
General Sersky, welcome to the program. Has it been strategically a success, what you've done in Kursk?
Amanpour, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
East meets West, CNN Arabic is perfectly placed to find the facts. This is where stories happen.
It's a concern to a lot of us.
Politics, business, culture, real life. As the pace of change moves faster, we ask the important question. What is the truth? This is CNNArabic.com.
Qatar to me has always been intriguing because it's but it also has.
One is literally childhood.
note of what was said, in particular about his forthcoming reciprocal tariffs proposal, saying, quote, now it's our turn, really underscoring a very clear belief the president has often talked about, advisors have often tried to keep him from pursuing, but now very clearly is on the books and on its way over the course of the coming weeks and months. Now, what's most fascinating about this, Jake, is over the course of just the last 15 hours, markets have whipsawed, both in day trading but also in trading after markets closed later in the afternoon, when one of Trump's top advisors seemed to allude to the possibility of a deal with Canada and Mexico that would perhaps pull off those 25% tariffs. If you listen to Trump tonight, I think the reality is, and this is something underscored by advisors, his belief in the validity of tariffs as not just a strategic tool or a way to negotiate, but as a very real economic concept, dismissing large-scale views by economists that they don't work, that they do raise prices, that they could harm consumers. That was underscored tonight. Trump at one point saying that he believes tariffs are, quote, protecting the soul of our country. Jake, it's not just these tariffs that we saw over the course of the last 24 hours, the largest, most unprecedented in terms of scale that we've seen in decades. It's tariffs that are coming on April 2nd. The president making clear those reciprocal tariffs, they're coming, and they will be worldwide, Jake.
Yeah, Newt Gingrich, the former Speaker of the House and an admirer of the president, if not an advisor, said very clearly that he thinks that these tariffs, this is how President Trump views the economy going forward, instituting these tariffs. It's not a gambit, it's not a ploy, it's his economic principle. Phil Mattingly, thanks so much. President Trump laid out aggressive plans for his second-term agenda tonight. How will he actually get it passed? One of his cabinet secretaries, who was inside the chamber for Trump's speech, joins us live ahead.
We change today, inspiring daily life. We create tomorrow, inspired by innovation. Change today, create tomorrow. Latte.
My name is Kelvin Beachum, starting right tackle for the Arizona Cardinals in the National Football League. The way I got into tech and innovation was really through experimenting, discovering. Just wanted to really immerse myself in an industry that was very different than sports. The way that I see these industries evolving is, one, the human to AI type conversation. But what does artificial intelligence look like with the interactions with humans? Is there empathy that's involved? Are there feelings that are involved? Will this replace individuals? I don't think that that's the case, but these are the types of conversations that are continuing to evolve. It's the ability to understand how geopolitics play a role in technology. What does sovereignty look like as you think about the different technologies that are being built across the globe?
This is One World.
The world's top headlines with some of the world's biggest players.
Stories that captivate from two unique perspectives.
What does that mean for wider escalation?
One World with Zain Asher and Biana Golodriga. Tonight on CNN.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Qatar to me has always been intriguing because it's a country that is developing so fast, but it also has this rich heritage and culture.
This one is literally childhood.
No matter what happens to me down there, come get me, okay?
Oh my God!
And so you see these two worlds colliding.
This is just incredible.
And that's what I'm really excited to go discover and find out more about.
POV Qatar, Saturday on CNN. Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology and industry across Africa and beyond. Meet the artists and historians preserving Africa.
Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting it. Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it. Fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money.